Alrighty guys, good evening and happy fucking Friday. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more World of Warcraft. Doing more keys here, getting geared, you know the usual shenanigans. Good. Yeah. Just looking to see if they turned city phasing back on. There's a couple people here that are outside our group. Frostmourne is not in our phased group. There are in connected servers. Ilgen is not in our connected servers. There's only 2 people in here though. Their group leader, it normally phases you with whoever is the group leader. So if the group leader's here, it means they're phased here, maybe? Oh. Good evening, guys. Happy Friday. Let's see, which is the realm that has no one on it? If there's anyone here. It is absolutely empty. It has approximately 1 person in it. Brr, brr. Brr, 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 brr. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, 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 brr. Good. All right, guys, let's take a look at the YouTubes tonight, and take a look at the tubes, take a look at the Reddits, the dits, and see what's going on here. Uh-huh. How do you think they're different? Uh-oh. You end up in the ground? Probably not. It's like CG. Totally looks like CG. Okay. What else we got going on here? Tunnel from house to shed took me 3 years to dig. Nah, because you're trying to make content out of it. That's why it took 3 years. Superman Returns pitch meeting. That fucking... If you guys didn't know, they canceled... Or not canceled, they fired Henry Cavill. He didn't even get to play Superman. He was going to be playing Henry Superman, and then they just decided he wasn't going to, so... Yeah. Casts. I think After Hours is podcasts. Woke developers are destroying gaming. Yep. Not as bad as... That's kind of weird, because it's a chick saying that. Maybe that's her angle, though. She's trying to get publicity by being a female that's saying that, so I don't know. Like, the woke agenda guys are left-leaning political bullshit, if you rather look at it that way. Heavy left-leaning, not left-leaning. Heavy left-leaning political bullshit. I tend to be Democratic, but there's a lot that goes way left. Yeah, and now people are calling it woke, and apparently you can't say woke anymore because you look down upon, so you have to say just left-leaning political bullshit. Heavy left-leaning political bullshit. Yeah. It's getting a lot of blowback now because people realize there's essentially people trying to manipulate them to thinking what they want, no matter what. It's like literally having your parents tell you what to think, do, and say at all times. I don't know who the fuck likes that, but I'm not on board with that. I was for a little bit, and then it started getting repetitive, and it seems to be going forward. If you guys didn't know, Rings of Power, they announced that they're going to replace Season 2 of Rings of Power with an all-female director and writers. So I'm sure it will be pretty fucking fantastic. That was their tagline. Not we're replacing it with these directors with all sorts of awards or skills or really fucking fantastic, like writing. No, it's just they're female. That was their shtick, is we're just gonna replace them with women. And you're just like, wait, what? Why does that matter? If they're good writers, it wouldn't matter at all what gender they are. What identity politics in general is just completely blown out of control. This is weird though. But that's probably her angle. cool guy. Identity politics. Yep. Got a computer? No way. That's worth money. Take a look at that, though. I'm curious. Surprised Hub isn't producing more videos. Days ago. Guess you're taking a break? Oh. Made him unbeatable. The bridge chip. Or switch, excuse me, PCIe switch is my guess what that is. What a time to go touring around the world. Like, there's a major hardware release, like, you want to be on board with that, right? And instead he's doing it remotely. But, to each their own, guys. Okay, I'm gonna grab my water, guys. I will be right back in one moment. Or not water, coffee. Alrighty. Take a look here, guys. I was gonna say that's B1M. We took a look at that already. Different website covering the same things.
So, you have a movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. I was thinking we make a Superman movie. Oh, well, comic book movies aren't really all that popular, and I don't really foresee that ever happening. Well, I think it's worth a shot, sir. I was thinking we do kind of a follow-up to the Christopher Reeve Superman movies 1 and 2. What about Superman 3 and 4? No! Oh, my God, okay. So anyway, at the beginning of this one, we find out that Superman left Earth for like 5 years because he wanted to go look at some space rocks. Oh, did he have fun? Did he find anything cool? Nope, he didn't, and now he's back. Oh, okay. So he saves Lois from this big plane crash thing, and then she's like, hey, it's kind of messed up that you left for 5 years and didn't even say goodbye. And he just left without even telling her he was going to space? Yeah. Oh, this guy's kind of a jerk. Nope, he's the best. And so anyway, then as Clark Kent, he goes back to the Daily Planet and gets his old job back, because, you know, Clark Kent has been gone for 5 years as well. Wait, nobody makes the connection that Clark Kent and Superman returned on the same day after the exact same amount of time of being gone. That's what we're going with. I mean, these are the same people that are fooled by a pair of glasses, you know? Oh, my, listen, sir, I don't know how you got into my office or what you want, but I don't have any cash under $100 bills. Oh, my God, sorry, sir, it's me. Oh, my God,
Because his impersonation of this guy, of the two different guys here, is literally a fucking pair of glasses.
And gets his old job back, because, you know, Clark Kent has been gone for 5 years as well. Wait, nobody makes the connection that Clark Kent and Superman returned on the same day after the exact same...
What would have made this better is if he literally changed places with that guy wearing the same suit. He just changed places with him with this look, as after taking off his glasses and then switching back.
Amount of time of being gone. That's what we're going with. I mean, these are the same people that are fooled by a pair of glasses, you know? Oh, my, listen, sir, I don't know how you got into my office or what you want, but I don't have any cash under $100 bills. Oh, my God, sorry, sir, it's me. Oh, my God, that was kind of creepy, actually. It was kind of like looking at in a mirror in a way. My bad, sir. Like one of those fun house mirrors where one side's really ugly and weird. Well, anyway, so what else happens? Oh, well, Superman's gonna find out that Lois is now married and has a 5-year-old kid. Yeah, he's got to be sad about that. Yeah, because now he can't sleep with her. Why would you say no? It's because of love. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Anyway, then because he's so sad, he starts watching them in their home at night using his X-ray vision.
Homelander?
What? No, it's not creepy. It's a little creepy. No, scratch that. It's very, very creepy. It's just a little light romantic stalking. Oh, God. Does Superman belong in jail? It sounds like maybe he does. No jail could hold him. He can stalk who he wants. Oh! Romantically. All right, so anyway, what bad guy is Superman going up against? Well, you know, we gotta bring Lex Luthor back, sir. Oh boy, that freaking evil mastermind. What kind of evil plans he cooking up? Oh, you're gonna like this. It's so evil, he sleeps with a really old woman. What? Frequent intercourse with a 90-year-old woman.
Lex
Makes
Luthor?
her fall in love with him. What are you talking?
This is what I call Lex Luthering, by the way, is where Lex Luthor is basically entire empire was built off basically swindling, not even swindling, just kind of like, because he doesn't really fuck her over. He just generally gives her a really good time, and then she gives him her fortune. It's kind of the way it works out. Yeah, I mean, I think she had kids or something, so maybe he cheated his kids out of fortune. That would have been the evil thing that he did. But like Lex Luthering is basically just finding like an old lady and just giving her a really good time, and then she dies and gives him her fortune. I don't know how to word that.
Talking about. She tells him he made her feel pleasures she had never imagined. Yep. What is going on? And then right before she dies, he gets her to leave her fortune to him. Yeah, I guess that was pretty evil. It was, for sure. Because, see, he needed money after being released from prison. Didn't he have organized a bank heist or something? My God. Nope, had to go this route. Had to shut his eyes and get in there. All right, well, anyway, why was he released from prison? Well, see, because since Superman was off planet, he didn't show up to court, and they had no choice but to let Lex go. That's not how the court system works. It might be, though. Anyway, now that he has money, it's time for his real evil plan. Oh, boy, here we go. What's his plan? To use some crystals and kryptonite to make a big old island made out of crystals and rocks and stuff. Okay. Then he's gonna have an island and sell it to people. Why would anyone buy that? Well, because see, he says the creation of this island is gonna cause like tsunamis and stuff. It's gonna kill 1 billion people. Well, then why would the survivors want to move to the natural disaster that caused all of that? Listen, sir, I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back about this plan, okay? He wants to make an island and sell it. All right. So Lois sneaks onto this yacht to investigate this whole thing, and she brings her kid with her. Why would she bring a child to an investigation like that? Interesting you should bring that up, because there is a reason. And it's because she's not a good, she's a bad mom. Right, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, not good motherly instinct, so they both get kidnapped. Oh no. And then we're gonna have this really tense scene where the kid is playing piano with a bad guy and Lois is frantically trying to send a fax asking for help. Oh, desperate faxes are tight. Yeah, but then the bad guy sees her and attacks her and the kid frickin' launches the piano at him? Ah, so he's Superman's son. Exactly, because remember in Superman 2 they hooked up? Right, didn't he wipe her memory of that ever happening though? He did, yeah. So from her perspective, this is all very confusing and horrifying. Oh, you know, now that you mention it, yeah, absolutely, for sure. Jeez. Anyway, so Superman gets this fax that she sent out, so he gets in the elevator and flies away. Does the elevator not have a ceiling? Hey, shut up. But so then it's a trap, and there's kryptonite there, so his powers don't work. Oh, no. And Lex Luthor frickin' stabs him. Oh, no, again, once more. But then he's gonna get saved by Lois and her husband, and then he flies up and kind of gets his batteries recharged by the sun. A very solar-powered Kryptonian. Yeah, and so now he's got to go lift this big continent into space. Oh wait, so the island is made? Yeah. So did 1 billion people die? No. But you said... I said no such thing. Okay. So now Superman's got to lift this continent into space, but the freaking thing's like made of kryptonite. Is that gonna be hard to do? Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh really? Yeah, cause see, he's Superman, so he's... You know, he's very strong. Didn't just being near kryptonite in the last scene make him lose his powers completely? Hey, shut up, so then he launches the continent into space.
If I remember right, he got stabbed by a kryptonite blade, and they had to pull it out.
And then he's Jesus for a second, and then he falls down to Earth. Oh no, is he okay? Yeah, we're gonna pretend for a second like he's not, but he's Superman, so, you know, he's fine. Right, okay, that makes sense. So wait, are there any action, like, fight scenes in the movie? Well, he's gonna lift a plane, he's gonna lift a car, he's gonna lift, you know, the fake island. Those are all just scenes of him lifting things. Yeah, yeah, most of the action scenes are him lifting things. Yeah, all right, I guess that'll be fun to watch. And then it's gonna be super romantic because Lois is gonna be unfaithful to her husband for a second, and then Superman's gonna be like, hey, if you ever need me, I guess call? I don't know, I gotta go. He's leaving again, he's not gonna help his son after missing the first 5 years of his life. Yeah, he's not super interested, he's gotta go. I mean, fair enough, I guess. And so that's about it, what do you think? Well,
Was it his son?
I think it's gonna be fun to bring Superman back to the big screen, you know, lock a new actor into the role. Oh yeah, I actually have this Brandon Routh guy in mind, he's gonna be great. We can lock him in for the long haul. Hi everybody, Ryan George here.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching that pitch meeting. I hope
Yeah,
you enjoyed
and then
it. I
he
hope
got
it made you
canceled
laugh.
today.
I hope it
He
made
got
you cry. I
fired
hope
today.
It made you cry.
Yeah. Good.
You hearing me? I hope you cried. All right, I'll see you around. Go wipe those tears away.
What would really blow your mind is the actress that played Lex's elderly wife, Gertrude Vanderwerth, actually played Lois Lane in The Adventures of Superman in the 1950s for 78 episodes. So in some twisted way, Lex wins anyway. Because he banged Lois, I guess? Good. Okay. The canvas. Let's see. There was a B1M, wasn't there? Let's take a look at this. Chrysler Building. Yeah. We have enough time.
It's said that you can tell a lot about a city by its tallest structure. In New York, that was once the Chrysler Building. Capitalism colliding with art and hubris to reign supreme over the skyline.
Yes, please.
The city's tallest building has of course changed hands many times since, but the Chrysler's become a landmark in the one place above all others that's now synonymous with the skyscraper. Now it's set to be covered up by a new generation of glass-covered office towers. Manhattan simply wouldn't be the place it is
Production
today
value.
without the skyscraper. When it was first formed millions of years ago, its geographic size wasn't that notable, and if it had stayed a small low-rise island, it probably wouldn't have amounted to much. But these remarkable structures, rising from the island's solid bedrock, have let it continuously increase its area to welcome the millions of people and businesses who all want a slice of the action. It's skyscrapers that made New York. These awe-inspiring buildings have risen through every chapter of this city's story.
Fred Mills!
Each a product of
How many
the
years of experience does he have?
context and forces at play at the time, and each going on to shape the era that followed. We saw it in the extravagance of the 1920s, and then the slicked-back modernism of the 60s.
That's a reference to Gamers Nexus, by the way.
The excess of the 80s, and then found themselves with an existential
Half their
crisis
benchmark
in the wake
videos
of
are literally
9/11
testing
as everyone
thermals and
tried to
noise.
work out what the future of the skyscraper would be. And now we're seeing it again in the 2020s as they come to reflect some of this city's biggest challenges. What happens in New York is reflected in its skyscrapers. They stand both as monuments to its past and silent influences of its future. This city is so much more than just the home of the skyscraper. It was made by them.
Greatness of New York is perhaps most spectacularly seen in its buildings. For here on the island of Manhattan is the most impressive concentration of stone and steel masonry the world has ever known.
New York is synonymous with skyscrapers. That's what everybody around the world thinks of first when you say the word New York.
Big Apple?
The Chrysler Building is just the grandest of them all. One of those buildings that you can't imagine New York City without.
It was Joseph Campbell who famously said that you can tell a lot about a city and what drives it by its tallest buildings. In medieval times, it was often the spire of a cathedral. In 18th century towns, it was the political palace. And in 1920s New York, it was the office building. The American dream embodied by steel and sheer grit, the skyscraper was capitalism incarnate. The Roaring Twenties was a decade defined by excess and wealth, one which marked the transition of power from London to New York as the world's metropolis. It all gave rise to the Chrysler Building,
Before the Great
shining
Depression?
beacon that announced the city's arrival and America's wild success. What's more characteristic of the American dream than unabated competition?
I am Midwestern by birth, but I always knew I was really from New York.
Carol Willis is an architectural historian and the founder of New York's Skyscraper Museum.
Well, skyscrapers in New York and everywhere are really commercial architecture. They are buildings which are constructed to make money.
The Chrysler Building's existence was fueled by the fierce rivalry of two former business partners, architects Craig Severance and William Van Allen. Severance was hired to design the Manhattan Co. building, now known as 40 Wall Street, while Van Allen was asked to design the Chrysler Building. Both were vying to construct the world's tallest skyscraper, and both would do pretty much anything to make that happen. As the planning and construction of each skyscraper took place, the designers from either side would steal or leak plans of the buildings. The Manhattan Co. building began adding more and more floors, pushing the limits of what its foundations could handle in a desperate attempt to best Chrysler. And it seemed to work. The building completed in 1930 and was the tallest in the world for about a month. Van Allen had ingeniously constructed a secret spire inside the crown of the Chrysler Building. Once the Manhattan Co. building was finished, the spire was pushed up through the roof into place, dramatically beating the other tower by 36 meters. But when the Chrysler Building first appeared on the skyline, many thought
that's
it was
pretty
a
good.
dinosaur, and yet today it's held up as one of the world's greatest examples
You had to watch
of
Doritos,
architecture.
a Doritos commercial for this comment. Oh, good.
Unbelievably
Good for you,
iconic
Slane.
landmark, one
Giving
of
me
the
your
symbols
couple
of
cents.
New York.
Oh my god.
The Chrysler
Maybe I'll get a
Building,
paycheck
everybody
this year
loves
from
the
Twitch.
Chrysler Building. It's such a wacky skyscraper. Everything about it is An expression of the moment in the 1920s. Recognizability, iconicity, is something that has value in and of itself. When you say, you know, I work in the Chrysler building, people know where you work.
Walter Chrysler had wanted his skyscraper to represent opulence and luxury, but that
Maybe.
didn't go over well as the Roaring
Someday.
Twenties came to a screeching halt with the crash of the New York Stock Exchange and the onset of the Great Depression. The city where this worldwide economic crisis began had at the same time built a 319-metre monument to capitalism. Unemployment rates were at their peak. Nearly a third of New York City's
That's pretty good, by the
population
way.
was out of work.
Tricking someone into thinking that they actually know what you're doing in something that they can't easily change to, and then just like one-upping them.
Was over. Despite all the effort that had gone into making the Chrysler Building the world's tallest skyscraper, it only held the title for 11 months until the Empire State Building completed astonishingly quickly in 1930. Then, the Great Depression and the Second World War conspired to create a 40-year period without any record-breaking skyscrapers in New York.
It's actually pretty remarkable
The
during
city's
World War
focus
II
was
how
elsewhere,
untouched the U.S.
and that
was.
capture of its history is recorded in a period of absent high-rises.
Obviously, Pearl
When the
Harbor happened,
skyscraper
right?
did finally
But at the
make
same
a
time,
comeback, it had to be
like as
seriously
far as
rebuilt.
terrorism goes in the U.S., it almost never happened. Like, that's pretty remarkable.
I never could do that.
Steroid injection marks.
By the
Does he?
1960s, New York was a different city. There were protests, strikes and violence. It was a time of radical change and unrest. It was a time for something new. Ornamentalism and detail weren't right for buildings. It became all about simplicity and function. In an attempt to revitalise the then struggling Lower Manhattan, Japanese-American architect Minoru Yamasaki was selected to design the World Trade Center in 1962. He put forward an idea for two enormous twin towers, a pair of grey monoliths that were almost an extreme iteration of modernism. They had sleek straight lines, were aggressively vertical, and had none of the step-backs or details of New York City's Art Deco skyscrapers. These were buildings born out of a very different New York.
110 stories times 2 buildings, 220 acres of office space. That's
Part-time job.
Many square feet as exist in many downtowns of second-tier cities.
Yamasaki's fear of heights meant the towers had relatively narrow windows, just 45 centimetres wide. They only covered 30% of each building, making them look like solid metal slabs from a distance. Now, at the time, it wasn't economically feasible to build a skyscraper more than 80 stories tall because of the space that its elevator shafts would take up on the floor plate. The higher you build, the more people you have living or working up the building, and the more elevators you need, particularly in structures like this that don't taper and have a huge floor plates, even at their summits. That all means more elevator banks eating up lettable floor space. Elevators don't pay rent. To get around this, Yamasaki and his team designed sky lobbies on the 44th and 78th floors of each tower that would break up the elevator journey. Crucially, that meant that different elevators could use the same shaft and reduced the overall number of shafts needed on the...
I was actually just going to say that you could put the same elevator in, you could stagger elevators. So you could have like 4 elevators in the same shaft, and then just have a staggered elevator off the side. So that operate on different shafts and different lengths, right?
floor plate. It enabled the buildings to rise 110 stories above the city, but also created a mini commute for anyone with an office above a sky lobby floor. That wasn't all. Structural engineering also had to advance to make these towers possible. The support columns for the towers were both at the central core, like a traditional skyscraper, and around the outside of the buildings. This essentially made each tower a sort of box within a box, joined by horizontal trusses at each level. This meant there were no support columns within the actual floor plates, allowing for vast open office space.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center is a real anomaly in the history of the skyscraper in New York, not just because they were the tallest buildings in the world, they were also exceptional because they were built by government.
I thought this was supposed to be about the Chrysler building.
The towers finally opened their doors in 1973 to a public who'd grown weary of
Where are your injection marks? I see nothing. I see moles. I see.
The project cost the equivalent of 4.5
Earth is doomed to become a fiery ball in space.
dollars
Good.
in today's money.
Left forearm. You mean the moles? They're moles. Not that it really matters, by the way.
The project cost the equivalent of 4.5 billion US dollars
Right
in
arm.
today's money. And the project in 1973 to a public
mean that?
who'd grown weary of them.
No way.
The project cost the equivalent of 4.5 billion
Lies.
US dollars in today's money and had reportedly come at the expense of some public transportation facilities. Some residents of Lower Manhattan were still angry at having to be relocated.
Biceps.
And critics said the towers looked
I
like
mean-
a filing cabinet.
They actually look like partially fat. I mean, I have fatty biceps too. That doesn't really mean anything. He doesn't look like he's ripped.
All the boxes that the Empire State and Chrysler Building were delivered in. But over the next decade, they steadily became embraced.
I haven't worked out
as American
since
icons, helped by films like King
November?
Kong, Superman,
October,
and Manhattan,
beginning of October.
as well as Philippe Petit's
when I started having problems with the
heart-stopping
tendon.
tightrope walk between them in 1974.
Fortunately, I miss
the Twin
working out.
Towers became synonymous with the city itself.
The Micro Machine Man here, presenting the genuine original, colossally flexible, most minted miniature episodes of the real thing. Micro Machine.
Oh my god.
Big hair, big ideas, big buildings. The 80s were about risk, excess, and glitz.
This is what's it called? The Throwback Channel? Was it Throwback TV or something? 1980s TV. Yeah, this. Was it 70s? It looks like they copy pasted this. I don't know if I can show this on the stream. I'll probably get DMCA'd by something. If you guys haven't seen this, it shows stuff from, like, even commercials sometimes have music in them. It shows stuff from that era. Yeah, I don't want to get DMCA'd. That's literally just like a ass here
There was
with
a time when
DMCA'd.
subtlety was thrown out the window. If you were going to do something, you had to be bold. Architecture was swinging away from the restrained, clean lines of the 60s to something more extravagant. This was an era of experimentation, of clashing styles and ideas that wouldn't ordinarily work together. New York was an altogether different beast in the 1980s too. The Wall Street boom and falling unemployment spurred on the real estate market, though at the same time, the city was experiencing record crime and soaring murder rates. This was a place of contradictions, of division, of glamour alongside poverty and violence, but of extreme wealth and opportunity too. Rising from all of it was a new skyscraper on Fifth Avenue that would kind of come to embody the ethos of the era. Enter Trump Tower. At 202 meters, it was the tallest all-glass structure in the city. Wrapped in bronze with interiors made of pink, white-veined marble, mirrors and brass, the building
Oh, yeah?
is unmistakably 80s. It contains some of New York's most prestigious
Blaine, are you
residential,
high?
commercial and retail spaces,
Or are you?
as well as an 18-meter high waterfall and a rumoured gold toilet. Some may call it gaudy, others may call it pure luxury, and that may be precisely the point. To make way for Trump Tower, something of the old had to be sacrificed, and the Bonwit Telestore took the hit. Opened in 1929, the iconic 12-story limestone granite emporium was designed by Warren and Wetmore, the same architects as Grand Central. Donald Trump had his eyes on the site for years.
I guess they're trying
and
to
when he
stretch this
acquired
out,
it
but-
in 1979, planned to demolish the building to make way for his own skyscraper. He hired architect Der Skutz, who later told New York Magazine of Trump's vision for the site. It has to flash to be good. Preservationists wanted to save a pair of 4-metre Art Deco sculptures and a large nickel-plated grille over the store's entrance. Both were promised to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but were ultimately destroyed when the effort to preserve them was found to be causing construction delays. And it wasn't the only controversy surrounding the building of this particular skyscraper. In many ways, Trump Tower embodies the runaway ambitions of this time. The 1980s were the era of Reaganomics, real estate booms, and stock market highs and lows. Capitalism, growth, and success, no matter the cost. In later years,
it's like China.
The tower's taken on new meaning, both as a place for supporters of,
like the way China is now,
against the former president. It's perhaps more divisive now than it was when it was first constructed, and what was a landmark of decadence is now a symbol of division. What a building represents, what it means as a symbol, can change over the years, or even in a single day. The world changed on 9/11.
I thought this was about the Chrysler building.
New York and its tall buildings were thrown into an identity crisis. How do you build a skyscraper after 9/11? Does the world even want skyscrapers anymore?
Fuck is this?
For a time at the start of the 2000s, no one really knew the answer to those questions.
What is it? Like half this is about the Twin Towers. The fuck is this? And Trump.
It creates a magnet for future terrorism. Architect David Childs even said that many of his clients would not want to build such visible symbols, such iconic and tall
Where's the bits about the Chrysler building?
Again.
9/11 was a gigantic.
There's like a little bit at the beginning, and now it's literally just about
setback in every way, not
the Twin Towers and Trump.
Across the New York region. So much of the reaction was the death of the skyscraper.
Like they occasionally show the Chrysler building, but
one of the very few prominent skyscrapers to actually be built during this era was the Hearst Tower, rising a relatively modest 182 meters above the city. While the rest of the world was trying to figure out the future of high-rises, Foster & Partners set about completing one from the past. The firm made a conscious and active choice.
I guess maybe this would be more about, I mean, that's the headline, right? The New York Chrysler building is being covered up. There's actually a headline
combined architecture with
that's trending right now, but this is basically about New York skyscrapers.
Now they were taking that technique to new heights.
One of their longer videos, and they tend to squeeze try to squeeze more content.
Than it would have been with most other buildings.
Squeeze more content into it, and they don't always do a good job.
Support at least 7 additional stories, with some accounts putting that as high as 20. It also had 6 elevator shafts, double or triple the normal number for a place that size. The facade of this building is more than just an eye-catching design. Its diagonal grid pattern, in fact, comes from its supporting trusses. But despite that striking effect, the Hearst Tower is something of a forgotten skyscraper in this city, probably most well known for being the first to emerge here after 9/11. In time, the city's high-rise hiatus began to fade.
So this is what I don't understand, guys.
Developers started to find them.
You know, people talk about roundabouts being better than intersections. First off, you have to have enough space for a roundabout, and there is enough space here. But there are lanes that are basically just worthless, right? So, like, if you have a 2-lane roundabout, let's say, 2 lanes coming in, 2 lanes going out, and then you just have additional lanes in the center here, this outer lane, basically anyone here has to merge into this outer lane in order to get out, right? Because there's this outside lane that is just the turn lane, right? But if let's say someone's over here, and they want to actually, if this leads into this lane here, they have extra lanes here. If this lane here is also this outside lane, right? And this guy decides he wants to go around the roundabout further, this isn't always a turn lane, right? This isn't a turn-only lane. So they keep going around the roundabout. The outside lane should always be turn-only, because otherwise people have to merge into this lane, or they're going to try and go across traffic. They're going to try and get into this lane to go further on the roundabout. This should always be a turn-only lane, and it's not. It's kind of fucking weird. This is a little bit more weird than, like, the roundabouts we have around here. They try to cram these into, like, normal intersections. If you can imagine a traffic control light intersection. They'll try and replace the traffic control lights with a roundabout, which is really fucking tiny. And then they'll make it 2 lanes. And you'll get this outside lane that will cross into this lane in the roundabout and cause an accident because people always need to merge from this lane on inside here. This is more lanes once again. On this inside lane, they always have to merge into that outside lane to get around it, to exit, right? They basically just end up with lanes, one further in lane like this right here or this right here, that are basically just, like, why would you ever want to go in this lane, right? It's basically worthless. This is basically the best lane in the roundabout. Why would you go into these 2 lanes right here? What purpose do these 2 lanes serve, right? There's no real purpose for these 2 lanes. I don't know what the rest of the roundabout looks like here, but these 2 lanes on the inside serve no purpose because you always have to exit no matter what. You know, you have however many entries into the roundabout. It could be more than 4, right? However many entries into the roundabout, you have to get out of the roundabout at some point. So why would you ever go into these lanes? You end up trapped in these center lanes. These center lanes don't make any sense. And I've talked about this before. And it's one of the weird things. And I still remember the craziest roundabout I've ever been on was when I was in Europe, in Paris, around what's the Arc de Triomphe, I think it is? Arc de Triomphe. Yeah, the roundabout around the Arc de Triomphe is the most insane thing I've ever fucking seen. And there's like 9 or 12 lanes, and it makes everyone just literally goes like this all over the fucking place. It makes no fucking sense in any way, shape, or form. I've been to the Arc de Triomphe. It is the craziest roundabout I have ever seen. Let's see. Look at this thing. There aren't even lanes. It is literally just a bunch of lanes where people just literally go all over the place. It doesn't remotely make sense. This in no way, shape, or form makes sense, guys. It is just literally all over the fucking place. It's insane. And by the way, you don't cross the street here. There's tunnels that go to the center, to the Arc de Triomphe. It is just literally, there's just like 9. I guess this is a monument. 9 lanes here or something insane. And it doesn't mean anything because, once again, you have to get out of the roundabout. So these 2 lanes here in the center serve no purpose except they trap cars in the center, which then have to go to the side lane to get out, right? Like, if you are in the center lane, which is oftentimes why you'll see no one use these lanes, if you're in the center lane here, you're basically trapped. There's no point in being in here. It is, like, if you ever watch National Lampoon's Summer Vacation, I think it is, where they get stuck on the roundabout for, like, fucking days. Yeah, like a whole day getting stuck on the roundabout because they can't get out of the center lane. Yeah, these center lanes don't make sense. And a roundabout itself kind of makes sense, but you have to have traffic rules for it. Most roundabouts don't. They're just kind of like, hey, do whatever sort of thing. And that's not like, if this lane always exits to the side, then it wouldn't cross over into the side lane, right? And then this side lane could be used to traverse. It could be used to traverse intersections. And of course, this lane would always exit into this lane here, right? So there would never be any crossover besides stopping for other vehicles coming to the roundabout. And like, this lane here should just be reserved only for a right turn. And then everyone else goes through the center lane. But these 2 lanes in here make no sense. And this lane even doesn't make sense either because this actually goes around. But in order for you to go around, you have to basically cross over into the side lane here. And if this guy in this side lane decides he wants to go further, it looks like this might be a turn only based on the arrows here, but that's not always the way they work, and not the way they work in town, for instance. So this makes a little bit more sense. But once again, in order for you to go further, you have to merge into this side lane, right, and get out. So there's a lot of contention between these lanes right here. And once again, if this just went completely around the roundabout, and you just have to merge into it or merge out of it, right, and merge with the traffic coming around the roundabout, it'd be less hazardous and would make a lot more sense, but it doesn't. These roundabouts, this has more rules than a lot of the roundabouts I've seen, but the ones that they just plop in to replace traffic signals, like, are just literally just like 2 lanes, and your 2 lanes entering are basically 2 lanes in the roundabout. Like, the 2 lanes will actually come around like this into the oncoming lanes, right? So people merging will just get fuckered. And let's say this guy right here on this inside lane, this guy right here might want to go straight. You know, the no-no, right? This lane here on the outside edge might want to go straight, which then causes an accident with this lane. It's like people that made the roundabouts don't understand, like, how traffic works. It's fucking weird. And once again, it's not just one example. They're all over the fucking place where they're instituting these in the US, and they make no sense. This one has more rules, as you can see here by the arrows. And it looks like, I don't even know how they turn center here. I guess this just means that you keep going around a roundabout. But like these two lanes on the outside are usually two lanes that are also lanes in the roundabout, which would make things even worse. This, because it has an inside lane that also merges with the outside lane, right? This is just a circular lane. It makes more sense. But these two lanes here in the center don't do jack shit. All it would basically do is get people trapped here and pissed off, right? And eventually they're going to make an unsafe merge into the outside lane. So there's really no point in even having these two inside lanes here. They don't do anything. They don't do anything at all. Because you're going to eventually have to merge into this lane, because it's the only useful lane in the roundabout is this one that merges with the outside lane to get out of the roundabout, right? Because everyone in the roundabout has to get out. This isn't someone's job. They aren't living in the roundabout, right? So these two lanes here do jack shit. They don't do anything at all. And it's fucking weird where they have stuff like this. And like the first time our town got one, yeah, we have a shitload more accidents at the intersection where they got one. Yeah, and it makes sense because you're literally having a lane here on the outside edge that can go straight, and this guy might have to turn, right? So then he gets fucked by this guy, or vice versa, and it causes a lot of contention between the lanes. It doesn't make sense. Roundabouts themselves might be a good idea, but the way that they're implemented, especially if they're too small, doesn't give people time to merge between the lanes. They just go round and round and round and round, faster and faster.
Rise hiatus began to fade.
There's my roundabout lane,
and
or rant. People saying that they just work no matter what are full of shit.
A race for space.
People need rules and structure oftentimes to do things correctly.
What happened after 9/11? Yes,
not everyone's smart.
Predictions of New York's demise and the demise of the skyscraper were.
And when I was in France, by the way, sometimes they don't even use the lanes; they just go all over the traffic
As
lanes.
The 2000s
makes your head explode.
And rolled into the early 2010s, the reimagined World Trade
Traffic lanes are guidelines in France.
In Lower Manhattan.
When you get towards Paris, they're literally just guidelines.
That had been left in the skyline.
And then you get people weaving between traffic on their bikes and stuff.
Politics and compromise, the tallest new skyscraper to rise from the site sought to evoke the silhouette of the former Twin Towers as if they had merged together. It reached a symbolic height of 1,776 feet, nodding to the year of American independence, and looked down to a pair of sunken waterfalls on the footprints of the buildings that had once stood there. The sound of crashing water drowning out the city and creating a space for reflection. New York was beginning to move on, but it would never forget.
Christ. This is supposed to be about the Chrysler building, right?
Of Ground Zero started the turning of a page and gave a kind of gentle permission to the city to start building tall again.
Okay.
As it turned out, the skyscraper wasn't over. It had just been reinvented. Gone are the domineering office towers. Architecture is now an asset. There's not much space left to build on in Manhattan, so as the 2010s progressed, developers started getting even more inventive, constructing skyscrapers over live rail yards and pushing the limits of engineering.
The 1920s may have had Jazz and Gatsby, but the 2020s has a new billionaire class. The 1%.
Slow zoom.
Of the 1%.
Never before has there been so much wealth for so few, and those people need somewhere to put all that money. Welcome to Billionaires Row.
Yep. And also, by the way, not completely true. There's like the 1% of the 1% of the 1% at the beginning of the 1900s, which is like the people like no one talks about anymore. Who are the rail and the steel tycoons? Were like the amount of wealth that they have is insurmountable, and people in there's one guy in Persia too, or Africa. Yeah, like way back in the day. Gerard. Opium smuggler, fur trader. Vanderbilts. Carnegie, there we go. Starting to get into steel tycoons. Rockefeller. Ford. Yeah, like these. Musk may have a shitload of money, but there's still people well ahead of them in human history. And there's people that they can't really quantify how much wealth they have. Where's the... Colin? Akbar? Is that him? No. Might be Akbar. Is this him? Somali. I think this is him. Somali Empire has been subject to popular claims that he's the wealthiest person in history. But his actual wealth is not known at any certainty. I swear this list had him on it at one point. I guess they took him off because if you can't quantify or actually know how much wealth someone has, like that just turns into word of mouth. There it is. Mansa Musa made his fortune by exploiting his country's salt and gold production, along with slave and ivory trade. As said to have brought several tons of gold to Mecca when he made pilgrimage there in 1324, deflating the value of gold across much, if not all, of North Africa. Reported as being inconceivably rich by contemporaries, there is really no way to put an accurate number on his wealth. Rough estimates say equivalent of 400 billion. If you can't put an estimate on someone's wealth, then they're basically like, what does that even mean, right? At that point, how can you even talk about them if they're just so wealthy, or like you don't even know how wealthy they are? Like, okay, then we aren't even talking about numbers anymore, right? 400 billion. That's what the problem with people that get like you get so old, like you have history prior to like the 1800s, even then just gets a little bit flaky, and it comes down to like word of mouth and like telephone, basically just people telling a story over and over and over again, and then it gets distorted. Like when you start getting into the 1900s and the late 1800s, basically here is when you start actually having recorded amounts of wealth, because there's bankers, right? There's people keeping track of it and not just telling a story to make them look good so they don't get executed. So, yeah. Like this is even though we have people with shitloads of money, this today is definitely not the point in time where we had the people with the smallest minority with the most amount of wealth, right? That is a long time ago. Like people back then had zero money. Like everyone's literally slaves or in like poverty, feudal farmer sort of shit, right? Even in the early 1900s, people are actually starting to turn into businessmen and women, right? Or businessmen more likely. Yeah, that's when things start actually, like, there's actually a division between wealth where things you can actually, there's more than one category, right? Or two categories of people, rich and just poor people. So definitely today is not like the rich, where we've had the most amount of wealth and the least amount of hands. There was definitely a time period where it was worse. And while even at the beginning of the 1900s, you have like the steel and railroad tycoons and automobile tycoons, it's not the same as it was back in the day when you had kings and queens and rulers, right? And salt merchants, people that just have a complete chokehold on the economy, especially when there's no laws and no regulation, no laws, and they could probably just kill anyone that gets in their way. Yeah. So, not completely accurate.
To develop the small sites remaining on 57th Street with buildings tall enough to offer Central Park views and enough floor space to make a return, Developers here spent years acquiring the air rights for properties around their lots. That enabled them to combine those rights onto their sites and build their towers taller, helpfully preventing some nearby buildings blocking their views. And it's all given rise to this, 111 West 57th Street, the world's thinnest skyscraper. Rising 435 metres above the city, but with a width of just 18 metres, the structure offers ultra-luxury apartments and tries to hark back to the past. The classic stepped form has returned, as well as terracotta, a material not really seen on towers since the days of Art Deco. This remarkable pencil-thin structure and its neighbours were all born out of the latest force shaping New York: extreme wealth. These buildings are no longer simply property, they're assets. The luxury apartments they offer are less home, more safety deposit box in the sky. Many are bought and left empty, sometimes deliberately to retain their value.
Yep.
In mid-2021, properties in the area
the asset will
were
appreciate.
half empty. Love them or hate them, these super slender towers now stand as immovable markers of this latest chapter in New York's history. They rise in a time of growing billionaire backlash, and in a world that feels like it's changing faster and more unpredictably than ever before. So, what does the future hold for New York? Well, that's something that's always captured our imaginations.
Don't DMC me. Don't DMCA me.
Knowable as it is, may still contain flying cars and impossible superscrapers. But the immediate future is a little easier to predict. The skyscrapers of the 2030s are actually being planned today, and we've got a preview.
Remarkably, we're about to see the return of the mega office building, much like the Chrysler and Empire State. New York's about to witness its next skyscraper boom. There are at least 4 new supertalls being constructed, collectively adding some 11 million square feet of new real estate to this island. And it's all because of one little decision made in 2017, the rezoning of Midtown East. Now, please don't tune out just because we said rezoning. This is actually very interesting stuff, we promise. You see, Midtown East has a problem.
It's like they took a 10-minute video and then just added an extra 20 minutes onto it. Stuff that is almost unrelated.
Space, a quarter of a
That's
million
unfortunate.
jobs, and numerous Fortune 500 companies. But it's also extremely old. The average age of its
Now we're getting
buildings goes back
to the
more
meat
than
of it.
70 years.
So Midtown, and especially the zone around Grand Central, the glorious Chrysler building, had fallen on harder times in the 21st century. It was not completely wired for all of the necessity of larger digital businesses. And the spaces of the floor plates were smaller, so the historical fabric that already existed in Midtown was beginning to need to be refreshed.
In response, a dramatic rezoning or rewriting of the rules was approved by the City Council, enabling far greater and denser office buildings. In exchange for that greater density, developers would have to contribute to a new district improvement fund to create a transit and pedestrian network. Part of that is due to improve the subway in and around Grand Central.
Now, we know what you're thinking, and many of the skyscrapers coming up out of this rezoning were in fact designed before 2020, and therefore meant for a very different world.
COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The office as we know it is over. The possibility of a recession is looming large as the Federal Reserve raises interest rates in the hopes of driving down
I think a lot of people just got over the idea of COVID, even though it's still around, still a thing. Get vaccinated. Unless you're against vaccines, then don't get vaccinated.
State building, which found itself
Be all right,
moving
or
hundreds
something,
of
maybe.
thousands of square feet of commercial real estate into Manhattan during the Great Depression.
We may be at a time where there is a dramatic shift in the work patterns and perhaps even the occupancy of buildings, but I don't think we're at the end of cities. I think cities are our future, and they must be our future.
Yeah, no.
270 Park Avenue is one of the first new skyscrapers to enjoy the benefits of greater density. The 423-metre super tall is designed like a series of dominoes. Just a bit taller than the Twin Towers were in 1973, the building returns to the iconic stepped form of classic New York skyscrapers, a move that makes its dominating presence a little easier to take.
I want to see the fucking Sim City. I can't wait till we start seeing something like the Sim City, what are they called? Ecosystems or whatever? Sim City Mega. I googled this before. Mega Habitat. Arcologies. When are we going to get arcologies, guys? This is what that building actually reminded me a little bit of a Plymouth arcology there.
One makes its dominating presence a little easier to take. But 175 Park Avenue, or Project Commodore as it's also known, doesn't pull back from making an impact. This immense skyscraper is rising just across the road from the Chrysler Building, and at 480 metres will completely block out the New York icon. The famous structure from the start of our story, now superseded, consumed by that relentless race for the skies that it helped start almost a century ago.
All YouTube work by more views. Current YouTube workout. How much
for less than a year.
you watch that form from that video? Does that mean, you mean how much watch time they have?
Is New York. It's bold and it's brash. It's a product of fierce competition. It's an advertisement, a capitalist monument.
I'd say New York is also one-upping each other. It's not just about building something, you know, being timeless.
One of the most beautiful structures ever constructed. What happens if you cover it up?
New York is like
way of the
all
world.
cities. It's resilient because cities
see arcologies, guys. Why haven't they started building arcologies, just cities and buildings? The first arcology that we're looking at so far, and I'm surprised B1M hasn't done a piece on it, is that fucking Line Desert City that the United Arab Emirates is building, I believe. Saudi Arabia or the UAE is building. They haven't done a piece on it. I don't know why, because it's actually one of the weirdest ideas ever. Yeah, they haven't done a piece on it for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because there's almost nothing to talk about yet? Yeah, like it was announced like 2 months ago maybe, and they haven't done a piece on it yet. Line in desert. Oh, the dessert. Menu. No, that's not it. Silly 170-kilometer city cutting straight through the desert. Saudi Arabia. Yeah, why haven't they done anything on this? Like, this is insane, guys. Once again, this is why you kind of feel bad for where America is today, because we can't agree on anything. No one wants to spend money, and if they do want to spend money, they all want to have a little piece of it, and as such, like, mega projects don't really happen anymore. Those are all basically in the early 1900s, middle 1900s in our country. Unless you're a capitalist and you have a shitload of money. Yeah. I don't know why they haven't done a piece on this. This is pretty insane. Is it a good idea? No. This is not. When you build an epic, guys, when you do something that no one else has done before, it's not because it's a good idea. You do it because no one's done it. And that's what makes it one of the things that makes it fucking insane. Like landing on the moon. Did we need to land on the moon? No. You don't do it because you're able. You do it because you can. What was the quote? I think that's FDR. We chose to go to the moon in this decade and do other things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. There you go. Inspirational speech. Like, you can't even get people on board with that. Like, nuh-uh, don't do it. Don't do it, man. It's not economically feasible. Don't do it. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. Like you don't understand, like, one of the reasons you do stuff that is insane and out there is because you encounter a lot of problems along the way, and you solve them, and you learn that you actually, like, space travel in and of itself. Us going to space has led to a lot of technological breakthroughs, such as Velcro being an obvious one. I think batteries, lithium batteries are another one. Let's see, technological advances, space. LED lighting, portable cordless vacuums, freeze-dried foods. Freeze-dried foods is another one they did it for astronauts. Memory foam, scratch-resistant eyeglass lenses, wireless headsets. Yeah. No Velcro now, although not many people use Velcro anymore. Yeah. Like, people don't realize that, like, the journey is sometimes, like, one of the reasons you do stuff. It's not necessarily because of the end result, which makes complete sense. It's about what happens along the way, right?
You know, that value of a kind of embodied energy and investment in the city by history gives New York an advantage which is continuing. It could be lost the way Rome lost its advantage in 300. It could be lost by other cities. But New York still persists because it is a place of invention and energy.
You can tell a lot about a city and its people by the buildings that dominate its skyline, whether that's a church steeple, the mega office building, the half-empty luxury apartment tower, or a true icon. Each stands as a monument of its era. Our buildings tell us something fundamental about who we are.
It's like trying to make this emotional.
That's the case all over the world, but nowhere.
I mean, I guess.
Than in New York City. We may dislike new buildings when they first appear, but the fact is,
almost like maybe 5% of this video was actually on the Chrysler video, and maybe another 5% was on stuff that actually was interesting that's happening in New York City, and then like 90% of this is fluff.
New York is never finished.
This video is
lots
made
of
possible
fluff.
by Bluebeam.
I guess people are liking it. That's, I mean, I'm in the
There's
minority,
also the
right?
chance
So
to dive deeper on this and other topics on our channel over on the World's Best Construction Podcast.
Mini documentaries, not a lot of this was actually
wherever
about.
you get your podcasts. And as always, if you
Chrysler
enjoyed
building.
this video and you want to get more from
I do like the B1M though. We'll continue. Once again, it's kind of weird how they haven't done anything on this. What is it even called? The Monolithic City. Does it even have a name yet? The Line City? Line, part of a giga project that'll reshape the kingdom's northwest. Yeah, for sure. This in general. If you're a country, guys, and all you have is fucking desert in the middle of a desert, there's a lot of things you can build in a desert, right? And they may not make sense, but if you build it, people will come. Especially if this is basically a city, right? Like if it's a city, it's going to be occupied throughout, and you'll probably get different parts of it. It'll basically turn into a dystopia, but you know, that's fucking fantastic. Good thing we have a dystopia now. Pretty good. I want to hear more about this, but it's weird that the B1M hasn't done a video on it yet. Maybe they will in the future. Arcologies, guys. Where's our arcologies in the US? We don't have arcologies yet. Closest thing to our arcology is the line that they're building in Saudi Arabia. Makes sense? No. Can you? Yeah. $120,000 and holds 30,000 residents. Yeah, don't worry about that. You're missing like maybe 6 extra zeros there, but that's all right. The 6 millions, billions, trillions, probably billions. So, yeah, 6 extra zeros, 120 billion. Yeah, maybe missing 6 extra zeros here, but all right, it's okay. We're fine. Okay, let's see. Let's get on to the Reddits, guys. So we can do, wow. Wow! Stuff that probably doesn't matter. We're gonna be doing keys tonight too, guys. You guys know? My God, we're getting a single view on videos. We're getting more views on World of Warcraft than we were on Overwatch and on Dead by Daylight. Oh, we got some lovely mail. Let's see, what do we have? Oh. Let's see, what was the other one? Fair enough. It's still a Far Cry. Oh my God, I got a neutral response. Still a Far Cry from RDNA 2 pre-release, which is refreshingly transparent and spot on. Yeah, that's marketing. I never would expect. That's the whole reason we look at benchmarks, right? He deleted his comment. I watched the hub video, did you? Apparently they didn't. I agree with their benchmarks, however disagree completely. This guy deleted his comment after I responded to it. I watched the hub video, did you? Once again, this is... I don't think people should be able to do this, by the way. This guy was wrong, and then he deleted his comment because he was wrong. Holy shit. To make himself look better. This is a guy basically saying that, he was basically saying the 4008 is a better value. I watched the video, did you? I agree with their benchmarks, however disagree completely with their conclusion. Did you notice they tested 2 ray tracing games in the middle of their rasterization benchmarks because the preset was set to include it on? It's literally worth a fight in and of itself. It's the first switch people turn off because of the third bottleneck, CPU, GPU, RT, engine, whatever GPU uses for this. You can see those games without the RT on in their RT section, and they're much faster, F1 2022 and Forza. He responded before he deleted his comment. Fair enough, or not. Its instructions unclear, made weird tangent about ray tracing. I didn't. And then he deleted his comment. Or just the user just deleted their account. What the fuck is this? So the parent deleted the comment. What? Because I was actually approaching their upvotes? Like, look at this. So the parent deleted their comment, then the people I'm responding to also deleted their comments. The fuck is this shit? So basically this is, this thread is basically orphaned because I don't have a response here. People don't know what I'm responding to. Does it even show up anymore in the comments now? Dude, like, it is remarkable. Like, there's a lot of crazies in the world, guys. Don't get me wrong. And there's a lot of people that go fake news. But there are a lot of people fucking engineering shit that's happening in the background. Like, look at this. I literally should just copy the post that I'm responding to. Just so they can't do shit like this later on. Like, I think I'm going to start doing that with all my comments on Reddit. Is I'm just going to copy their comment into my comment to respond to it. Put it. This is still here. And they deleted their comment. Look at that. People I'm responding to delete their comments. Downvoted simply for the giant leap of logic where you assume the marketing department are engineers in a back room coming up with numbers while discussing a prototype. Marketing department is and always has tried to make something look as good as humanly possible, borderline lying to make them look good, and sometimes even lying. In the case of 7900 XTX, it performed 50 to 70% better than the 6950 XT in some games, so it's not a lie. But it's not an average, and even then it depends on what you pull your average numbers from and what hardware you use. That's marketing and all the companies do it. No one needs a sort of pseudo-logic straw man to get out of here. He basically said that the marketing was the performance, and therefore it's wrong. It's like the benchmarking numbers were like what people bought it off of. Overwatch 2. We drop a breather for teammates, that'd be OP as shit. Why on earth can't Mercy hold both weapons at the same time? She needs to do that. People love trying to buff Mercy, even though she doesn't need it. Watching my main slowly become weaker after every patch. Are you talking about Sojourn? Character that is OP as shit? Reinhardt? What? AMD Reddites. We did the first 7900 XT, couldn't find XTX. Mega thread questions about the 7900 XTX availability, boasting about getting one, and complain about not getting one. People are just like sensationalist guys nowadays is crazy. AMD accused of treating consumers as guinea pigs by shipping unfinished 700 GPUs. The fuck is that shit? That's like based on that one comment where they're shipping A0 silicone, which apparently has some bugs in it or something. It honestly feels an awful lot like Gamers Nexus and Hardware Box were bought. Like Gamers Nexus, for instance, their benchmarks are right, or Hardware and Box, their benchmarks are right, but then their conclusion seems like it doesn't even match the benchmarks. It's fucking weird. Like they overemphasize the fact that AMD's marketing, and that's it, and they don't talk about basically the performance benefit compared to the 4000 series, right? The price performance benefit compared to the 4000 series. They just tried to downplay it. They played up the marketing, which was wrong, or partially wrong, depending on how you look at it. And then they played up the fact that it's still $1,000, despite the alternative being insanely expensive. It really feels like NVIDIA bought some of the reviewers. And which is funny, because normally they don't. Like, they kind of... Specifically, we watch Hardware Unboxed with Gamers Nexus because they don't do stuff like that, right? But it's starting to feel an awful lot like they're bought this time around. Once again, you pay people enough money, you can 100% buy them, so... It's all a question of how much. And NVIDIA has a shitload of money if they want to throw it at marketing, and buying people off would be marketing, so... Killers don't have a rule book. What they say, just don't be toxic. What they mean? No dead hard, no prove thyself. I don't know what that is. No circle of healing, no gen rushing, no not... Oh, I fucking hate survivor mains, guys. Please stop. Can you please shut the fuck up about the invisible rulebook using the shitty template? Dude, it's 100% like this entirety of Dead by Daylight is literally Survivor just trying to beg on killers, like in any way, shape, or form using gaslighting. It's insane. Okay, well, let's move along to some World of Warcraft, guys. Actually, I don't need to change the headphones, do I? I do not. I need to plug in my Nostromo, though. Burp, 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 burp. Yeah. You're back, guys. Oh. Don't want a controller interfering with my quality Overwatch experience. Off we go. Got a lovely frostbite tonight. This guy, if you haven't tried it, Mountain Dew Frostbite, it tastes a lot like Baja Blast. It's not identical, and I'd actually say it is about equally as good in a different way. It tastes more like, has a more citrusy / grapefruit note to it, and I think that's actually tastier, in my opinion. Game? Game? Fuck. Let's... Okay. Alrighty. Tonight, guys, we're going to continue on with doing keys. Basically, you have to use, it's called a key. You have to use a key to get into a dungeon and raise the difficulty. So they're called keys, doing keys. And we're just doing 2s right now because we can. I want to do Norkund, which has a chance to drop my weapon. Norkund. No cud. Easy chest. I don't know what beat the timer is. $91. We're 131. We had a fuck up instant last night. We had 2 fuck up instants last night. One where we didn't even finish it, and another that was another where we performed poorly. Okay. Expensive. 72 cloak. What do I have right now? 350. Actually have to do that. What's going on in my group right now? Talking.
The mountains are mighty here. Plant our banners to mark what the dragon scale...
Not using my things properly. What the fuck's going on here? Or yeah, they aren't regenerating for some reason. Bug report. You guys are in the same spot, and one guy is in instance. They're in fucking AQN. This is a old dungeon. AQ20. Guys here. Sometimes you get weird groups that are just kind of lollygagging around and they aren't really fun to be in because people just take their fucking time and waste your time. Decide whether or not we should leave based on what they're doing right now. These guys also aren't talking, I don't know why. Accepted. There's a little checkbox for that now. Fuck does the healer have a shield on? What the fuck is happening here, guys? I don't fucking... Okay.
Step closer and don't mumble.
You guys aren't talking like at all. Square, by the way, is almost always reserved for tank. I guess I'll be the shield, which is usually the off-tank one. The orange circle. Huh?
Good. You're here.
I guess I get to be a diamond?
Nora's rage. When the winds are still,
Not fucking sure what's going on in this group, guys.
suspect the
They're
worst.
changing my icons too, so.
the Tirai, Shikar, and Onir clans must rally to free her and defeat Balakar Khan.
Aggro. There they go. Can't heal myself for some reason. Good. Guess they're doing those? The fuck are they doing? Got the pack group again. I guess we have to clear the pack group. Have to clear the pack group last time. The group's not patting back for whatever reason. That's good. I wonder if they're just supposed to sit there. Yeah, when we had this group on us, something was preventing me from healing myself where I couldn't actually self-heal. I don't know what it was. Races don't matter. They used to. They don't really matter anymore. Okay.
Destroy and dismantle!
Die! This land is mine! Tremble before primal power! Die!
Yeah, it used to matter a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It doesn't really matter anymore. You can be whatever you want. There's probably a case to be made about min-maxing in some way, and you probably could look it up in like Heights of Veins or something.
Die! This land is mine! Tremble before primal power!
One guy knows what you're doing. You have to kill that mob.
Die! This land is mine! Can you stand incarnate?
Not getting the upticks for some reason. Gotta clear these anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll interrupt that. Why not? That. But yeah, there used to be a case where it really mattered. Really mattered what you're playing. No, not really. Blizzard got rid of that. Interrupt. That's building up, killing my face. This needs to be cleansed off. Tempest. Plus it's from the ground I was standing in, I didn't know it. Head out of order. Okay. Got everyone? Good. Can't stand under him, can't go too far away from him. DPS should be running into the balls and getting everything. I can't eat these things in my face. Yeah. Thank God. These guys are pretty good at flooding, so it seems like they know what they're doing. Good. Good. Everyone there seemed to know what they're doing. I still had to eat a couple balls, but not like anything meaningful, so it didn't matter.
Eagles will feast on your flesh.
Like everyone is spacing properly too.
Again.
I don't remember using Guardian Ancient Kings. No, it's on cooldown right now.
I cannot face my ancestors. I will stomp on your grave.
I don't know what these kill orders are. No one's using a skull. Skull's what you're supposed to use. It's almost universal. Skull is almost universal for who you're supposed to kill first. None of these are a skull. I think Star's next. Fucking Circle's supposed to be a tank. This might be like their guild markings or something.
I will stomp on your grave. Raise me again. Why has our rest been disturbed?
Missing something? Yeah, wasn't triggering for some reason.
Necromancers? On our sacred grounds?
This is what has become of our legacy? You shall pay for this blasphemy with your lives! Flee before me!
Yeah, so Star is what they used for whoever they're supposed to kill first, which isn't... I've never seen that before.
This is the end, Defilers.
This guy came right back to me, guys.
Peace at last.
Protect
Good.
my children.
Balakar Khan is beyond mercy. Clan Tirai will join our Khan at Nokudan Hold.
Oh. That's not good. This is where we get chain feared. We've had before where we got chain feared into the other group up top. I'm just watching this one to make sure he doesn't shout. And then basically when you have 4 of these guys, there's almost nothing you can do. You just constantly get chain feared. I'll just watch whichever one that they target. Yeah, I can do the other one then. It looks like the DPS is watching the primary one, so let's take a look at it. Got it. I guess I didn't watch primary. I don't know if they swapped it. Pretty good. Good.
I will use Onara's power for more than breezes and blessings.
Curious on who we can skip and who we can't skip.
My storm will bring forth a mightier Maruk. Greatness awaits us.
We don't need a fucking blood-curdling scream. Thank you very much. Like the interlink.
Your skulls will shatter beneath my hooves! Slash and skewered!
I think there's an ability I'm supposed to eat that switches between... It's whoever he hits first, or that's a different boss. I don't remember. Matter? I think it matters if I aggro these guys. I don't think I can aggro them. Can aggro them. Get that? I don't know if they move me or if I move my sister. I got moved by the ability. But we still need to kill mobs. Hard, so.
Thalakar's weapon will be broken. He will not take a place of honor with the Ancestor Khans.
We didn't kill enough ads.
Onara now flies free, and without Thalakar's influence, Clan Nokul may heal.
Uh-oh. Be enough to. Oh my god, he got the silence. Yay. Lots of time. No. The last 2%. Good. These guys are very untalkative. They must be jerking off voice comms. Fruit.
What time is it? This has been time well spent.
Alright. I mean, that's pretty much it. Huh. Very, very untalkative. I haven't seen anyone. The only person to talk to, I don't think, was part of the group originally as a rogue that said anything in that instance. That's crazy. Zero conversation in any way, shape, or form. Crazy. Crit versatility. Whatever. It's an upgrade. I'd like my crit mastery, TYVM. I want a sword out of that. Got neither.
Many deals for a friend.
Alright. Well, technically we have a rating now for the instance where we didn't have a rating before, so that raises my mythic rating even further. What have we not done that might drop me a sword? So we can two bird, one stone this. Let's see, dungeon. What have I not done this week, too? I think it's a Zero Vault. Zero Vault. This isn't Zero Vault, this Academy. Zero Vault has one. Actually, that's Intellect, that doesn't work. Doing defensive, I wanted to strike twice. Stars. There we go. No. Yeah. 2 port. 102. I'm not going into groups that don't have ratings. We already did one of those last night. That was painful. It's basically people like with less than heroic gearing trying to sneak their way into mythics. Very, very painful. You can say what you want about player skill, but if you don't have the skill at all, it just... Region? I don't think I ever did this one. Don't even have time to look at my dungeon journal. Okay. Vroom!
Your arrival is fortuitous.
I don't think I ever did this dungeon, by the way.
Gathered in honor of the Grand Magistrates.
Guide. Reinforcements rush to their captain's aid or assisting them in combat. Your target standing there for 4 seconds.
This presents a rare opportunity to catch her away from her source.
Demonic emissary gains increased power for nearby allies. Each additional member increases damage done by 100% and 100% health.
Too many eyes are watching the front. This is your best chance to eliminate the Grand Magistrates. Good luck. It seems the Dusk Watcher charged with keeping order during the party. Might I suggest the hidden approach? Along the way, you'll want to disable their arcane beacons and keep the sentries from raising the alarm.
Kill that. Normally in the newer instances, it actually, like, there's spots in the map, right, where you can see this shit. This is from Legion. This is a couple expansion packs old. And there aren't markers for this. Obviously, we have to do it. But on the new maps, for instance, this would actually be marked by, like, a yellow dot or something. Do you have a healer? Someone CC'd him. In it. A lot of people stood in that one. Who's a healer? Oh, wait. A lot of these guys are standing and shit. Yeah. Got it already. Can we activate it? Does he have to activate them in order? Here we have to activate.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. May your feet find good trails.
No trespassers allowed!
Guess this guy? This is actually a boss fight? It is.
Guards, to me!
Thank you. I'm alright with not getting hit by your mega attack. That's fine. Oh, jumping removes it. There's a couple bosses where you actually have to jump to remove things. I haven't seen one of those in this expansion pack, though. This isn't actually this expansion pack. This is the season.
My watch is ended.
Speaking of standing and shit. Place that. Good. Okay. So it seems like the older instances are much more forgiving on the mechanics if you don't get them right compared to the new dungeons. New dungeons, you just die. The old dungeons don't seem that way.
Watch out up here. I've heard tell of a demonic council that draws strength from one another. This bond must be broken. Explore the area and find a way to separate the council members. Divided, they cannot stand against you.
Where do we go? Oh, cat. There's a dot on the map this time. In front of me. There's a lot of extra shit in here. I guess we need to kill the imps? I don't think so. No.
The Legion will prevail.
Go.
Make yourself
Where do we
useful and
go?
Take a look around.
Yeah. Kind of weird. I guess this is what happens when you have try to make a dungeon out of a city. This is like part of not Dalaran. Maybe it is Dalaran. The old city in Legion.
What
Like
are you
part
waiting
dungeon,
for?
part city.
Check out that noise.
I see. These are actually part of the. Part of the boss battle or something. Not really a super amazing boss battle here. Maybe you're supposed to ride around and collect everything and kill it all at once or something.
The Legion will
Takes a lot of time.
You! Have a look over there.
Bitch. I guess maybe this just would be very time-consuming, because it is.
Who needs henchmen?
There's still a yellow dot on the map. Hellbound Enforcer.
It will amuse me to watch you melt. My funeral pyre will be glorious.
You've done well so far, but we must ensure you blend in at the party. I'll enhance your disguise, infusing it with latent magic to make you appear as one of the nobles. Speaking with chatty nobles may reveal the spy. Just avoid drawing attention to yourself with wild accusations.
Just talk with randos. These are the only people you can talk to. Boss? Okay. Guess we brought him to a back room to kill him.
Excellent. Now that we have the key, the way to the balcony should be open. It's time to put an end to Elisand.
You throw a party for vapid nobles, even as rebels leave corpses strewn about our streets.
I assure you, Grand Magistrix, the situation is being addressed. It will be a simple matter to track down a few random dissidents and...
Random? Do you not find it striking that each body found is decorated with a dusk lily? The same flower adored by Thalyssra.
I'm
Visor
not sure what you're
Melandris.
getting at, Grand Magistrix.
Then let me be plain. You bungled your assassination.
Do you have
of
anything?
Thalyssra. In fact, she is very much alive and is. Oh wait, we are not alone.
Bro, to avoid getting multiple party members hit by blade
Impossible.
surge.
My guards would never permit such an intrusion.
Yet another failure, Melandris.
Gale.
Consider this your chance to correct it. Dispose of these outsiders.
Fred.
I must return to the Nighthold.
How dare you interrupt your betters? If you blink, you bleed. If you blink, you bleed. You can't counter what you can't see. I will speed you toward your demise.
Yeah.
Lead for the Grand Majesty. Forgive me.
Yeah. Good.
Greetings.
We may have missed our chance at the Grand Magistrix tonight, but her time will come. Sooner or later, we'll find another way to settle the score.
Yeah.
It is good to see you here. Until next time.
Log report. Crit haste, crit haste. But it is mythic, I guess. Yeah, kind of a shitty dungeon in my opinion. That wasn't very, it was pretty lackluster. The boss fights are kind of eh. A lot of trash clearing in general, not very interesting. I mean, it's easy, but that's not really fun. All that interesting in general. Basically the same thing as I have, which I got from Rep, so it's basically a side grade. Yes. Hoping for a weapon. We didn't get the weapon, so. What happened? We're just going to warp up because my hearth is not up, so. Good, good, good. Those guys knew what they're doing, though. That'd be very difficult to do without anyone doing the dungeon that knew what they're doing. I guess. Can't use my Hearthstone, so. We'll just look for another dungeon. Maybe get Hearthed out of here. Let's see, we're looking for loot tables. Or gear, and obviously that raised my mythic rating, so. That was the 2 birds, 1 stone. We got a pair of boots we didn't need. Vault, Tempest, Temple of the Jade Serpent, and Burial Ground. There's one there. Vault, I believe was the other one. Burial Grounds, it's 2-hand. Vault. There's also one where we didn't get any rating in, so we potentially could go back to that. Dude, all these fucking tabs are split up fucking everywhere. Why aren't they in the same category? Vault, Jade Serpent, Burial Grounds. Jade Serpent. 8 mythic dungeons. Dungeon guide. Kills us. I don't have an overview. That's kind of weird. We'll use the game's built-in Hearthstone. Was a mop dungeon, right? Group. Definitely done this before, I don't remember though. Yeah? I guess it's going the wrong way. Alright. Yeah, I was literally trying to go in the door that doesn't actually open. Hilarious. Haven't done this since Mop, guys, so... I could pull the other group, I don't know if I want to, though. works. I think you're supposed to stand on the ledges and not go in the water. Find out.
You dare to disturb these waters?
If I remember right, you're supposed to stand on these ledges and not actually go in the water. Dodge that. Uh-oh. Starting to come back. Not completely. That's long. Mob's like 8 years ago? A while ago.
Peer into these waters, and my reflection is empty waters. Claim me.
Talking. Here, they go on the other guys.
Rafters, my sacred library has become possessed by the Shah.
Kind of sucks that they don't drop loot. That's you know, Mythic Plus. You just keep doing them over and over, but they don't drop any loot. Like cloth or really anything. There we go. Beautiful. Still not soon enough though.
See how they pour from every letter of these sacred scrolls, corrupting them, defiling them.
You stunned that? Out the vicious peck. Oh my god, I've seen that in other bosses.
I beseech you, kind strangers, cleanse this place of their foul presence. Lay our stories to rest.
I think I made that in time. Okay.
You must destroy the source of the corruption. Quickly, before our cherished history is erased forever. Ah, it is not yet over. From what I see, we face the trial of the young Ghoul. Let me shed some light. As the tale goes, the young Ghoul was traveling across the Kunlai Plains when suddenly he was ambushed by two strange creatures. For the ancients! The young Ghoul attacked the beast with great determination and ferocity. Yet, the more he attacked, the more fearsome the beasts grew. However, when he let it alone, the beast shrank to near nothingness.
Supposed to switch off? Looks like we're just DPSing it down. I wonder if you can soft lock yourself if people are attacking both of them. Okay.
For you see, strife feeds on conflict. When you have peace in your heart, strife will find somewhere else to roam. You have my thanks, heroes. You have given peace to this sacred temple.
We're pretty good on the timer. I don't know why they're
I require
freaking out.
meditation before I begin the restoration ritual.
For now. Uh-oh. Automatic purple went off. That is bad. Battle res. Fine. Someone else pulled another group inside there. And just gutted us, basically. Good. There's someone that was around the corner, and I think they pulled an extra group. I thought there's another shortcut. That might be after we defeat the next boss now. Mythic +3 record. What? They can gather herbs. A priest, right? Yeah. That's priest thing. Sometimes that looks so flashy, sometimes it looks like a boss thing. Excuse me, a mob mechanic. fuck are we going anyways? No clue. Boss, yes, okay.
Forces are weak.
I gonna beat him? No. Yeah.
The heart of the great serpent will
No
not
idea what we
fall
do here.
into your
Good.
hands.
Right?
Jade serpent, grant me strength.
Ah, did we kill the healing thing? Is there a healing Jade Serpent? Mines on the ground.
The cycle must continue. The Jade serpent must be reborn.
Panda extremists, guys. They do exist. In case you're curious. Panda terrorists.
The haze has been lifted from my eyes. Forgive me.
Job doubt. That's not good. Good. Good, good, good. Now pull the big blob. Okay, what the fuck? Dud. Dud. The fire, that it's not even fire breath. That thing. A lot of damage. Maybe I can direct it away. Maybe I can direct it away. No. I might have been responsible for that. No. Good.
Die or surrender. See how effortlessly become unraveled.
Kill your own? Yeah. I think there's another boss like that. I remember that. I think Warlord's Drainer, or maybe Kata had one in it. It's one where you fight in the cave against your nightmare or something. Where you have to kill your own nightmare in order to be returned to reality. Nothingness.
Cannot escape me. I
Plus 74.
In every
You're late. Oh, different timeline. Pleasant spending time with you.
Group, this is me. Grat's me already. Okay. You've been removed from the group. Oh, they kicked me. They don't like me. Cry face. Let's cry face them. Good. Useless, apparently. Old dungeons, so not very interesting. Probably the interesting boss in there is the one where basically the water guy, you had to dodge the water, but otherwise it's pretty mediocre. You can see basically how the bosses have been improved over time, or they're more difficult now. They're more like raid bosses, but still manageable. Kata had raid bosses for dungeons, and they're horrible. Horrible. Yeah. We have Azure Vault and Burial Grounds. We're gonna redo Ruby Life Pools because we zeroed on it. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. I will be right back. Ah. You're useless.
Come, shop, browse.
Save us, Tom Cruise. We're waiting on a healer right now. There's actually a decent number of Azure Vault groups without a healer in them, so I'm gonna take a bit. I'll see. Probably should have went for, just waited for a group with a healer and a 3 DS. +4 daddy. Kind of makes me feel bad if we just leave them high and dry right now, but yeah. I'm a tank. I'm too good for waiting. Wonder if there might be some sort of thing to make your group pop up sooner in the dungeon journal. Depending on your naming or something. I'd have to look at it. Heal us, please.
Welcome. It has been so long.
Well, these guys do all the healers.
For the glory of the dragons.
Actually, 20 away from a weapon. I don't think it really matters, though.
I have lived to see them return. Honor all dragons. Aspects watch over you.
Random drags. There you go. It's like a 10-minute queue. Yeah.
Be wary, champions. My vault is many things, but harmless is not one of them. These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat. Their gaze pierces all. If they see you, all nearby creatures will awaken to purge you from the vault.
There it is. Can't stun them, guys. Good.
The Sundered Flame have been delving into my vault.
Oh, they added more.
They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
Slide the pet further. Christ. A little bit different than the first time we were in here, or first couple times we were in here. Looks like they pat further in. Those guys attack you when they spawn a bunch of mobs. Really suck.
Once, my beloved Malagos gifted me with arcane seeds. I planted them here. A little garden from him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years. I will need you to prune it.
don't think you can even aggro this guy till he kill. Yeah, you can't even aggro him until you kill everything. So that occasionally happens too. But you can't even aggro the boss on top of the mobs.
There is no sign of the sundered flame here. Come, this way.
They killed him pretty fast, guys. Like, we didn't really even need to do the boss mechanics. I think these guys are very... Well, some of them are very geared.
The location of my vault was chosen to harness and make use of this powerful ley line. While a marvel to behold, I am unsure of what effects it will have on your
Oh, we missed the
form.
rotation.
Do be on the lookout for the growth of extra appendages.
Oh, they get extra big. Apparently they increase this in, Mythic. Yeah, I definitely don't want to spawn those.
You have
Cutie
discovered one
patooties
of my
and
books
Dragosa?
of
Oh my god.
translocation. Since the majority of the vault's caretakers are flightless, I incorporated a means of safe travel via these tomes.
I think it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I couldn't use my my ability to get out of that. Didn't let me. Probably should stand with that. Oh my god, I just went dead again. Fuck keeps hitting me, that kills me. Something did. Something made me take a lot of damage there. Maybe I ate that. That could have been it. Usually when you take a shitload of damage, it's something like that, where you just eat some sort of mechanic right in front of you, and you just don't see it. That shit. Got you this time. I know I can't use my every man for himself to get out of that shit. Doop 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 doop.
Yes, yes. So beautiful. So powerful. All for me.
Yeah. Take that other guy. I don't know if that'd kill us if we actually took him down. Oh. This isn't in the normal mythic at all. Like some sort of AoE aura that does a shitload of damage. And then he has fire breath attacks of some kind. Ice breath. Hopefully we don't need to clear those back guys. We'll find out here shortly, so. Dodge that, gotta dodge those.
Me, take care of them.
Okay.
My magic.
I just noticed there's no other melee in this instance. I'm like the only melee. Only there's like one guy. We don't have any melee.
My treasure. Take my treasures.
Poor Azure Blade. I do not blame her. I should have thought of her before.
We have another melee. No, it's a hunter.
Left. This door. I sense a breach behind it. The sundered flame
a hunter?
must
Yeah,
be
it's a
this
hunter.
way.
I remember when hunters had mana.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Telash must not break the final seal. The consequences would be dire. Please, hurry.
I don't know if we needed to pull. I think we accidentally pulled the center group, and I don't normally do that. Alright, pull the big group, pull the center too. Good. Might have been big pull. Let's see. I should have tanked on the other side of the door. I didn't know they hit you back. Okay. Good, good, good. Looks like we see, need more. Yeah. Last guy. Last guy? Oh, you dropped down to him. Finish after the two bosses. I don't know. We'd have to come back up. And the bottom boss, you drop down into a pit, so I don't know if you can easily find, another mob. That's a good idea, too. We can reset to the beginning. Going up the stairs also takes a while, so... Also not a good idea. Is going up the stairs to try and find a mob. Got a frog.
What is she hiding?
God, our fucking group split up because they're being fucking idiots. Pretty sure the two guys behind us have a frog right now they're fighting. Yeah. All the other two guys might even be on the boss right now trying to kill the boss. One death's pretty good. That costs us some time right there, though. Also on the frog just now, not having enough mobs, which is something obviously you could streamline if you played this enough. We have to kite this guy clockwise.
Did she send you? Enough! Freeze!
Maybe we'll go counter or clockwise.
The secret will be mine! Freeze! Now you will pay! Ice cold!
Might be thinking of a different instance where he dropped down. The Angry Dragon. Yeah, they're dropping shit behind us, guys. Another boss where he cut it around the ring.
We are too late. Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh no! There's a crystal over there. It's about to pop. It's pop. It's hurting my face right now. My face. Dead. Good. Good.
My dear one.
Need a plus
He
86.
knew that wild magic was dangerous, but he meddled with it anyway. By the time we found him, we could not stop the growth. I placed
He's
him in
still dead.
stasis until I could find a proper cure. And then I was gone. Champion. You
I want
did what was
the
needed
burial ground key.
and ended
Although I
his
don't think it
suffering.
matters. I just do everyone else's keys.
Thank you. I am but a simulacrum.
Academy.
But once, I was a mother as well.
But once I was a mother.
Please, leave me to mourn.
So 4 we did pretty well. I think the key is looking for a group that actually has a baseline for mythic progression of some kind. Like, it doesn't even matter what it is. It just has to have a baseline.
I've seen things.
just having done some form of dungeons. Really get anything. Another dungeon with nothing in it. We got left Burial Ground and then Ruby Life Pool. We're gonna do Burial Ground next. 4. Burial Ground. Burial Ground from. upgrades. Where's Shadow Moon Burial Ground from? This is Legion, I believe. Not Legion. What's the one where they redid Burning Crusade? I think it was Legion. Oh, Burial 5. Burial Grounds, Quick Run, 135. Sure. Quick Run. Didn't really have much of a problem with +4 just now. See. I think it's like +10 when they start getting serious. I'm not sure though. How high does it even go? Is there any benefit of actually doing your own key? There's a few groups looking for a healer right now. Probably Googling my profile. Missing DPS. That's crazy. Three groups missing DPS. Join that one. We might. There's no gear score on this one. Pushing need lust. Fuck. are we still missing for purples? Belt. A ring. Just have normal mythic gear on too, although I don't think that matters. Arms, trinket, weapon. Breastplate, cape. A lot of stuff. It was WAD. It was WAD, not Legion. Garrison ability. Yay! I love my garrison ability. It's actually true. Let's see if we get kicked immediately. 74. This is WAD? WAD is like 10 years ago? Holy shit, guys.
You wade through a river of souls, stranger. It is best to turn back.
$93,000 damage? What the fuck is he doing?
This was once a place of peace, a place for eternal rest.
Rivers of the dead, rise! Rise in the name of darkness! Rise in the name of Ner'zhul!
I hate when that happens. Sometimes I don't, Verkle goes off, and then I use my own. Fucking god. Fuck, just killed us. Oh yeah? Ruins hurt. Yeah. Okay. Don't step on the ruins, guys. I must have stepped on the ruins. It didn't feel like I did. I was looking up. Blue spots, the new dungeons have blue spots too in them. which do the same thing to landmines, although it looks like this is instant.
Leave this place, outsider. It will be your final lesson.
Tried to carve my face again. This is +4. When it goes dark and runes go blue, step in the ruins. Okay.
Shine in the darkness. Lend me your strength. Spirits, heed my command. Your souls will belong to me. The dead shall
The blue ones,
rise
not on the
again.
purple ones. There's blue ones that light up.
Ner'zhul will not hear us. He hears only darkness now.
Yeah. Like those summon bad guys. Kill your soul.
Yes, come closer. Your souls are strong and proud. I will feast on your terror. No. escape the void. Flee from your former master.
Remember, we're just talking about killing yourself in that other instance we were just playing? Yeah, this is where you actually do that. Then what? Literally the dungeon that we were playing. You gotta click it. Okay. Click it after you kill it, guys.
You are just maggots swarming to the corpse of a dying god.
Huh? Oh, big boom. Big boom. Beautiful. Yeah, it's silence if I remember right. Yeah, I seem to remember that. Yeah. Standing bones during the suck. Get in hands when he starts sucking. Don't get knocked off. Okay. I definitely remember this one. This is definitely one of those ones where it's just like positioning. A little bit remember this one. I swear to God the bones weren't here before. I seem to remember constantly having to run from him. Aggro these other guys? No, I have aggro on them and it doesn't matter. Pets are just fucking immune to mechanics. Of course they are. Oh. Buddy. It didn't look like I was in that one, guys. Actually, movie man. Fuck me. Too close, even though I was in the bones. Too close, guys. I need to remember these guys throwing my face. Nostalgia Central, guys. Okay. Where the fuck am I even going? Ah. The path will open. Bum, 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 bum.
It flows within me. It seeps from every vein. Come, strangers. Cross into the realm of the Shadowlands. I shall deliver you to your death.
Kill middle skeleton, dodge big bursting runes, also a frontal. Okay.
The Shadow Moon cannot be defeated. We walk in a realm of death itself.
Big rune.
Kindling of bone and shadow. Army of the dead, arise!
Ah, you don't need to kill all of them. Good. Done.
Will ripple across eternity.
Good. Alrighty. Keystone upgraded +3. That's pretty good. Thanks for the group. Earth now. Okay, so the only thing that really mattered in that instance was the fucking ruins at that one guy. Those skeletons, I definitely remember those skeletons killing me at one point, so yeah. At the end there with the wave that walks over you. Okay, so we basically got everything Do +8? Yeah, we did. We could redo the lava one. We had problems with the ruby life pools. 5 maybe? Assuming people actually know what they're doing. Ruby life +4 +5. Definitely seem kind of easy, especially when people are actually geared. So we might be even able to go even higher than that. 7. It looks like it shows you results that are actually around your search criteria, even if it's not exact. Like 6 and 8. It goes +1 and 1 -1. Once again, this really should be a looking for dungeon system. I don't know why you have to fuck around with the custom thing. Low stress. No requirement. +8. Oh, that's the guy from earlier. No. Tickle Party didn't want me anymore, guys. You didn't want me. Summon. I could use my Hearthstone, but I want to save it for the end of this. Down again, guys. Kind of weird that there isn't a convenient way just to get all over the fucking place. Oh, Frost DK. What? Probably. Everything from the Titan seems like a grind mechanic, so. I don't know if these get the right guys or not. Are they actually in the instance? I don't know. Yep. You got summoned from by someone. Pull it all easy. Hilarious. Guess I'm a triangle in this group. You guys drop ship pools, if I remember right.
She must continue her work. Allow them no further.
Not the guy that drops the ship pools. I don't know which boss is the ship pools that drop. Sit on the ground, I don't know which one that is. That guy's casting Ice Shield on the other guys attacking. thinking about grabbing the golem, but I think we're gonna wait until some of these guys die. They did drop it. That is what I was looking for. Drops the shield. I know we haven't blown up any eggs yet, but you know. They're just what exploded just now. Okay.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause.
Alright.
I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work. Meladrusa,
yeah.
I have failed.
Good.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. You will not interfere! Ice consume you!
Yeah, you basically, if you're doing shit like this, it's almost a requirement to have Bloodlust. It's actually kind of amazing that you can still end up in a group nowadays without Bloodlust.
But I need your strength, little one! My chill will freeze your bones!
Good.
No, these whelps are pure. They will show you the truth.
What is the truth? Let me know. In the comment section below.
Your bones.
Dude, Blessed Hammer has to be fucking fantastic for those whelps. Anything that has, like, there's a bunch of small units. Because they usually do small amounts of damage.
And shatter.
Yeah.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
Definitely ratcheting it up. Water, guys. I don't have any water.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger.
Grave danger?
The primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
You know, compared to our group was it last night or 2 nights ago, where they literally just stood in front of the thing and then it just like exploded their face. You guys aren't doing it, they're moving out of the way. But yeah, there wasn't anything I could do to help them. It just... Oh, someone just died. The living bomb was exploding their faces too. There's definitely, we could kill these things with their, stop them with their hammer the other night. Like that's the case anymore. We definitely were able to stun them the other night. Fuck's the dragon? I need her to die so I can fucking res her. Actually, we don't need to battle res her, do we? This isn't a boss fight. Should save the battle res for the boss fight. Kind of funny because that's something that's supposed to be a good thing, and then when it pops up, it's not always a good thing. Uh-oh. Explode here though. Res her, guys. See if I can go around those guys right here. I should have rezzed the... I didn't think it mattered. Should have rezzed the fucking healer guys. Yeah. That guy has a stacking and rage of some kind, and that just made everything worse. Thought we were fine. We had like 300,000 health left, and then he just started obliterating everyone. That does it too. Oh, buddy. Guess we'll go clockwise? Looks like they're over here.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself! Be overwhelmed by the flame! You cannot escape the heat! And to the flame! You cannot escape the heat!
does do a lot of damage.
Overwhelmed by the flame. Fire, consume my enemy! Turn to the flame! Fire, consume my enemy!
Oh my god. That was very unfortunate.
You cannot escape the heat! Turn to the flame! Just out!
Sure. Good.
Vile monster!
Don't reset it. I don't know how you reset it.
These life pools. No.
Maybe cutting it too far? That's not good. Dude, look at the fucking damage the Blood Knight's doing. Death Knight? I thought I was doing pretty good. Alive, guys. Not good. Oh, fuck me. Well. That is not what I meant to pull. That's what we have, guys. I-Appear is actually pretty good at reducing like burst damage, like when a bunch of mobs come in, because it hits everything. It's not just on me, it's not just personal, and it helps out everyone else in the group that might be taking aggro that I don't have under control right away. Good. Oh my god, Idwin, good evening. Oh, I'm up too late. Actually, it's not even 4. What are you doing here? You're alive? Oh. Good.
Deal with these.
My pleasure. That's enough.
You guys are also putting the blobs of lava like in the right spots.
Imminent riches.
That's enough.
Dude, he comes off the fucking mob? What the fuck is this shit? Killed the dragon too fast. This is good. Oh, we're fine. So, what much better than my plus 2?
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the moment, but the primals are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Dude, did I get a fucking other? Actually, I didn't have a cape before, did I? Go. For the group. Wait. Yes, please. Doesn't let him trade it. It might not be letting him trade it. Sometimes, I don't know what's with the dungeons. Oh, there we go. Works. That's a bigger upgrade for me than the cape was, so. What? Huh. So you can only trade it if it's not an upgrade? That's weird. Like, I totally would have given it to him. Simply because this isn't really that... The chess piece was a much bigger upgrade than this is, right? Because I already have a mythic version of this, although it's not as good. So I guess you can't trade it? It's like literally the same thing, only slightly better. That sucks. I don't know why they do that. Time to sleep? Yeah, almost. Almost. I don't know if we're going to do another one. Sometimes these take a long time. This wasn't that bad. We got a pretty good group. They knew what they're doing. Compared to that other group the other night where they're just plopping shit all over the place, and we literally had like half of that map was covered with fire that would just crawl constantly. We wiped on it like 5 times. It was pretty insane.
Punches, lucky doos and root.
Got him. Good. Not bad. What are we still missing? Fucking... Wasn't that the cloak that I just put on? What is this? Oh, it's a shield. I still have a 350 cloak. That's the way it works, guys. 350 bracers, 350 cloak, 359 hand axe, 333 ring. Trinket, too. Trinket's not actually that bad that I have. I was hoping to get a weapon today, but we didn't. Let's see. Mythic Dungeons. When do we get our piece of gear? I don't know. +6 in there. On level 382. Complete Mythic level 3 dungeons, and the reward is based on your level of your top 8 runs. My Mythic level, anyways. 615? We did everything on level 2 or higher now. Got 99 rating for that last one we just did in Ruby Life. From a 0 rating, pretty good. Yeah, it looks like 90, so that instance had raging in it, and you could start to feel it. Non-boss enemies can rage at 30% health remaining and deal 50% increased damage until defeated. You could definitely fucking feel this at the end. That dragon, you know, the dragon that flew down, not the end there, when we were going around that circle, that dragon that flew down has like an enrage buff on top of it. Normally, it gets stacks when it's closer to death, and then it had the raging on it top, like it was giving people. It was literally fucking giving people. Yeah, pretty insane. And that's at, like, so we're at about +8, which is probably where we can be, based on my gearing. +6. That was even +8, that was +6. But it had the raging bonus and fortified on it. Expensive. What time is it? Yeah, I don't think we're going to do another one tonight, guys. Oh. Sometimes they take 20 minutes, and sometimes they take 30, 40 minutes. So, yeah. 20 minutes on Court of the Stars. Good. I think we can turn all these into 6s or 7s or 8s. That was pretty difficult, but that's because of the raging. And I'd actually say Ruby Life Pools is actually pretty difficult in the first place, simply because of all the shit on the ground. There's lots of AoE damage if you don't know what you're doing. Even then, people still died. We did pretty good, but people still died. What did they even go up to? 20, maybe? Oh, +15. There's a 12. 11... Surprised their level requirement isn't higher. I know! That's what I fucking said. It was pretty crazy. This came in out of nowhere. It's like 7 a.m. or something. Actually, well, it's like 11 in Europe. I was gonna say Russia. Europe. Looks like maybe they go up to 16. Still have some shit gear I'm wearing. Hilarious. Let's turn off the... This is fucking bugging me. I don't know... Like, I probably should have done this a while ago. Fucking blinking is starting to bug me. My level stops at 15. My level stops increasing at 15. Good. So someone's telling me that it stops, the eye level on your gear stops increasing at 15, but they go to plus 30 in terms of the level. But Blizzard could totally increase that if they wanted to with the raid releases. I don't know why they don't. Well, we'll do more of this. Maybe we'll end up doing 10s tomorrow. That was, I think the sole reason, guys, that we were having... I had to actually start using defensive cooldowns if you guys missed that. I think one of the sole reasons we were actually having problems with that instance... I think one of the reasons we're having problems with that instance was purely because of the Enrage on top of Fortified, on top of them already having like an AoE bomb mechanic. So... that's probably actually worst case scenario. Out of all the dungeons we could pick, that's probably the worst case scenario for that. Is Ruby Life Pools. For, mechanics. Doesn't even matter. I might just grab the vault anyways, just cause I don't think I'm going to be playing this for another week, so... have it. Planning on getting all of our gear to Mythic is basically where I want things before we're done. Because right now it just comes down to grinding Mythics, which is basically what we're doing. I don't even care enough to get gems and shit. Doesn't fucking matter. Gems don't do like anything anymore. They're like what they used to be. Just got a shield upgrade. The fuck is that shit? Why didn't it let me trade my old shield either? I don't know. It wasn't a cloak. I thought it was a cloak. Death Knights can't use shields. That's probably why I couldn't trade it. Yeah, he's a Death Knight. It wasn't a cloak. It was a shield. Yeah, that's probably more so why I couldn't trade it with him, is because he can't use it. I thought this was a cloak. It's not, because it kind of looks like a cloak. It's not. Oh, let's just put random shit on the auction house. We might get a weapon, too. Tomorrow, maybe we can set in a craft for a weapon. Bar. The fuck's... Okay. An autopilot looking at shit. You get like no drops too. That's really unfortunate. I don't know why they just take out the normal loot tables in We have arms. Arms, cloak. The weapon is actually the really important part, which we don't actually have. I could just fucking get a drop off the weapon and make it pointless to buy a weapon if I got a weapon, right? Yeah. Whether I have crit and mastery, but that's what the game's given us, so. Crit and mastery both have defensive stats for paladins, while being offensive things. Haste doesn't. I guess haste technically does. He's just defensive. If I have a choice, which I usually do, crit mastery is where I want to be. But if you're a good tank, you probably do versatility and haste mastery. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I think we're good here tonight, guys. As I mentioned, we're going to continue on probably a couple more days here. World of Warcraft, in which we are gearing out, doing keys, because why not? At this point, they actually aren't that difficult. I guess it depends on the level of the keys you're doing. It's kind of a shame that Blizzard, like, it's definitely something that they could make more of part of the game instead of raiding, and they don't. I talked about this before. They literally could just they could have, like, seasons where they just bring back like an entire expansion pack worth of dungeons in addition to the current dungeons to give people more variety and then have leaderboards and shit, which I'm pretty sure they don't have. Maybe there's a website that tracks it, but it's not the same thing as it actually being in the game and you competing with each other. Oh. Fuck this flashing. Fuck my dick. 67, 68. I like how my mouse cursor still looks like WoW. Looks like it increased my CPU utilization a little bit. Surprisingly, it didn't clear my chat. I thought I was going to basically reload the game, and it didn't. That's pretty incredible. You can switch the graphics API in the game without restarting the game. That's pretty insane. What WoW is, that is.
The Isles have awakened.
Feels better for some reason, too. DirectX 11 does. Flashing's gone. Okay. Alright, guys. Tomorrow, guys, we're going to be doing more World of Warcraft, doing more Mythics here, guys. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, getting geared. Finishing up our gearing, too. We got some pretty good gear on top of it. 11 to 12? 12 to 1. Or 12 to 11, not 11 to 12. I don't know. Sometimes DirectX, like, it depends on how well they polish it and what bugs there are. Maybe speedruns.com has a WoW section. true. Blizzard, there's a lot of things in this game that they definitely could make better, and it would actually improve the game a lot. Spam protection. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with their development, though. If he's talking about like the sexual harassment claims and allegations at Blizzard, I don't think that has anything to do with their development teams that just can't produce content properly. Yeah, it's kind of a shame, guys, because it is fun. I'm not going to lie, the faster you go, the more fun it feels, and then you get gear as a reward on top of it. They definitely can make it some sort of racing, like a speedrun thing for the key system, compared to raiding, you know? And people would do it. And... I heard me, Blizzard, I'll fix your game. But yeah, guys, tomorrow's going to be more World of Warcraft. We're going to continue... continue on with Mythics. And finish up our gearing. We will be going back to Overwatch 2. This expansion pack has been more enjoyable than most expansion packs, guys. That's why I've been spending more time doing things. So, just something to keep in mind. Normally, it only lasts about 1 to 2 weeks that I'm on it, but this one we've been on for more than about 3 weeks now, since launch, that we're still playing it. And I've been relatively enjoying it, and we're just doing some gearing now, because it's actually kind of enjoyable. So, I do miss the actual gearing portion of the game, which is still gone, but... like, this isn't real gearing. This isn't what the game used to be with gemming and enchanting and improving basically your gearing. You can't do that anymore. You can get little gems and maybe a handful of enchants, but it's nothing like what it used to be. It was like almost like 2/3 of your stats used to come from gems and enchants, which is pretty crazy. And now it's not even close anymore, so... that's unfortunate, but the way it is. I guess we'll maybe do some 10-plus dungeons tonight, guys, and see where that goes. There's people doing 15s. We've been alright, even that 6. We're fine in 6. That was mainly because of the modifiers on it. 6 and 7s? Yeah, did we do a 7? Or did we just do 6s? 6. We did 4s. Yeah, so maybe we'll do some maybe 8s or 9s tonight and then go up from there. We did 4s tonight and then we did start doing some 6s, and I think even the 6 was alright. But it was fortified and raged. So it was even worth. They get down to low health and they do even more damage. Why people were dying. Even then, they probably could have not died. It was mainly due to random aggro and shit. Yeah. We'll keep going with this, guys. We're going to go back to Overwatch 2 at the end of this, though, and see where things go from there. I actually made some improvements to my system, and it was turning off CPPC, which I mentioned before. Definitely makes things much more fluid, even though kind of not as good synthetically, but yeah, otherwise it actually improved things. It more evenly distributes the workload, and as such doesn't try to overload 2 cores and fuck everything with stuttering. Because Windows Thread Scheduler is fucking terrible. So, yeah. We'll see where things go tonight, guys. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream and you enjoyed the streams, you enjoyed the chill, you enjoyed the dungeons, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Did we actually die at all tonight? Yes, we died once. In the dungeons, guys, we died once. All things considered, that's pretty good, so. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Tomorrow will be more World of Warcraft. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Friday night and Saturday morning. Have a good day, guys.